Hello. 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 શું ને હમણાં બોલીશ હું રાતો જોવા એ તો બીજો તો આવશે ડિલેનો કેટલા સેકન્ડનો રાખવો હા કાંઈ વાંધો નહીં એ ડિલે ક્યાંથી ડિલે ડ્યુરેશન હલો.
welcome one and call. In the jungle of policies, bold and bright, who and who takes the flight?
More roads, more schools. Let's build it all. Infrastructure strong, standing tall. Will my savings get some cheer? Deductions, reliefs. The hope is near. Stock market flies. Where will it land? Boom or boom at the government's hand.
Well, by now you all know what we are here to talk about. Yes, it's Budget 2025, a moment that shapes our economy, our future, and our pockets. So let's dive in, analyze, discuss, and explore what's in store for you and me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us immense to welcome you all to Vishleshan, a flagship budget event of FMS, an initiative by the Finance Club of FMS where we dissect, analyze, and discuss the Union Budget 2025 from multiple perspectives.
They say life is all about analysis. Students analyze how to pass exam with minimum efforts. Entrepreneurs analyze how to earn maximum profits with minimum investment. And parents analyze why their children are always on phone rather than study table. But today, but today, we are for some real Vishleshan, where we deep dive into insights, discussions, and of course, a bit of fun along the way.
Here we, here we don't just look at what the budget is about presented, but we analyze, think beyond the obvious, and see the bigger picture.
And trust us, today's event is not just about numbers and policies. It's about insights, revelations, and some truly thought provoking discussions. So fasten your seat belts because we are in for an exciting ride.
Let's begin this intellectual voyage on this auspicious note by invoking divine blessings. We request everyone to please maintain silence as we step forward for the traditional lighting of lamp.
With As we all know, the union budget is more than just numbers. It shapes industries, influences policies, and impacts business across the country. Every year, it brings new opportunities and challenges, making it essential for us to analyze its implications in depth. Will business thrive or die? Will startups get a boost? To help us decode the Union Budget 2025 and its impact on different industries, we have with us distinguished finance leader Mr. Kapil Bagadia, a finance maestro with an eye for industry trends. Mr. Bagadia has spent 2 decades as EY, including 8 years as CFO. Throughout his career, he has led groundbreaking initiatives in finance transformation, process automation, restructuring, and cost optimization. Currently, as the CMP at PV Advisory, he continues to drive financial excellence, helping business navigate complex financial landscapes. His expertise has been recognized through 15 prestigious accolades, the CFO 100 Roll of Honor, and being named one of the Asia's most powerful leaders in finance by White Page International in 2022. With his vast experience in handling financial strategy at the highest level, there is truly no one better to provide insights on how this year's budget will influence different industries. Since Mick Bagadia is joining us online, let's extend a virtual round of applause as we invite him.
Okay, now you're good.
Okay. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Your boss is
Okay.
watching you very eagerly. Sorry for inconvenience, sir. For 2 minutes, there were some technical difficulties.
No, no. In fact, I apologize to all of you, dear students. I'm in some technological glitch, so this is what it happens given technology. And I mean, before that, so very good morning to all of you. Uh, I am really sorry for not being physically present there. I mean, I am amazed to see the kind of crowd there. I wish I was there personally, physically, but given my younger sister's marriage on Friday, it was for me. Hope to see you soon. Uh, uh, this is about budget, that industry specific analysis where I will try to put across my thoughts with you guys. Nowhere I am saying these are right or wrong. Uh, there are individual views. So for that disclaimer before we start. Uh, I mean, before getting on to that industry specific things, let me give you a very brief in terms of what I think or what our circle think about this budget. Uh, Good or bad. So generally, at least I would say a very good budget. Stock market may not respond that ways, but yes, it is good. And let me tell you a few aspects of budget. I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is how one should read between the lines as a student or the torchbearer of this economy. How we all should look at it is something I would mention. Let's first talk about the capital expenditure. Uh, Generally, the decisions are that it is not as per the expectation. The one thing which we all need to understand, in last 10 years, government has tried creating the infra all across. Government now is trying to balance between demand and supply. Until and create demand for that infra, obviously it may not make sense. And this is how this is. I mean, you talk about air, rail, or road networks. All were created. I am not saying yes, the budget. It is not that budget for capex is not there. It is there. The growth percentage is not as it was in previous years. Uh, but at the same time, we don't have consumption. When I say consumption, the most important piece now is the tax reforms government has come up with. Uh, so I will come to that as well. Wherever government thinks that infra is really needed right now, it is actually working. 25,000 crore they have allocated towards shipbuilding thing. I mean, we are approximately we spend 50 to 60 billion dollars every year on logistics, which we pay to overseas carriers. If we get this within India, just see the impact. It will not happen in next 1 or 2 years, but over 3 to 5 years, this will show its impact. So this is how government is going about the various infra things. Then the various funds of fund government is trying to come up with. It is AI for deep technology for startups. We'll talk about those when we go for these very sectors, the industries. But this is how government is trying to put infra in place. In fact, 1.5 lakh crore they have allocated towards loan to various states to create their infra. I mean, the central structure they have tried creating over past years. Now they want states to work on that. So effectively, what they are doing, they are not spending directly, but they are allocating as loans and funds to fund these infrastructure. This is how the I believe the government is trying to make that impact. Uh, when If we talk about the tax reforms, the most talked about subject in this budget. So of course, this is if you'll ask me, this is beyond my expectations. Uh, what happens? So the government will forego almost 1 lakh crore of tax because of those tax reliefs. And I'm not, of course, getting into the details. We all would know by now, or probably there would be other sessions. So, up to 12 lakhs or reduction in the slabs I'm talking about. So 1 lakh crore government is going to forego with the that it will create a multiplier effect in the economy. And whenever we went through the macroeconomics as our subject, I mean, whether in schools or I don't know whether it was a part of your curriculum or at least in colleges, uh, it will actually it can create 5 to 10 times of this amount as the overall GDP growth. The 1 lakh crore may become 5 to 10 lakh crores, given these are spent judiciously within the country, within India, and I am assuming that will happen because of factors the government has created. If we talk about stock market response of someone on Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, he said very good budget. Uh, but last evening when I was talking to him, he said no, budget was not good, and the sole criteria was stock market, which should not be our criteria, to judge a budget. Uh, Stock market is this is not because of budget. This is what was happening over last a couple of months because of FPIs are taking their money out, and it is not specific to India. It is happening in all the emerging markets, China being the largest this thing. So there is nothing, I mean, I would say nothing to budget with this. Of course, the growth rate, GDP growth rate is around 6.5%, which is of course lesser than 8 plus percentages we saw in past. But that does not mean that as an over years, when we start creating a strong base, whether it is for capex or for the overall economy, our growth rate will certainly come down. And this is how, if we are talking about Viksit Bharat, this is how it will happen. So, to me, these aspects are something FPIs will come back. So no need to link this budget. And in fact, today's market is are doing good. Uh, this is how I will look at it. Uh, the one more point is the currency depreciation. Again, budget has nothing to do with this. Uh, Currency will depreciate. No one can stop it, to my mind. Again, all views are individual views. Uh, if China's currency is depreciating, we are the biggest competitor, and to remain competitive, our currency needs to depreciate. And this is why our currency is depreciating. It will keep depreciating, and we should not worry much about it, and at least we should not link our budget. New regime versus old regime of tax savings. What will happen to the savings of which were forced saving old regime? What will happen in new regime? Again, there would be a balancing impact. It is not all about forcing someone to me to save my money. It is my mindset. I see young generation in more of spending habit. Uh, that has nothing to do with, to my mind, the regimes. It is more about how we want to live our lives. So, there is nothing wrong and right about it. Direct tax code. Uh, Nothing is happening immediately. In any case, it will be effective into 2027. Uh, if it will be presented this week as per finance minister, but it will, be effective 2027, provided it is approved. If it is not approved for whatever reason, joint parliament committee, etc., so it may take more time. So uh, I just thought, I'll give you few aspects of what we thought as a group when we were discussing the budget. Uh, Now, probably I will get into that industry level thing. I will request someone to see. I'm sharing my PPT. Request someone to let me know if and when it is visible. Is it visible? Thank you. Thank you. So, the key highlights, while few of these we talked about, the growth rate, GDP growth rate, deficit target is 4.4%, and it is remaining in this range, which is positive to my mind. Capital expenditure, we talked about lesser growth. Revenue growth is projected at 10.8%, direct tax 12.7%, and indirect tax 8.3%. Tax reform we talked about. Uh, there are many schemes government is proposing: MSME credit boost, startup incentives, and GCC aspect of it. This loan to states we talked about. The modified Udan scheme we will discuss. I mean, I will talk about this a little later. So all in all, it is it aims to fuel Indian economic growth, create employment, uh, improve the overall ease of doing business, is what our take out of this budget. Uh, I tried taking industries which will uh, directly, kind of connect with you guys. So startup being the most important. Uh, the startup the tax holidays is a very welcome step they have come up with. Uh, you know, uh, any startup, approved startup, they can actually take a tax holiday or tax exemption of 3 years in first 10 years of their incorporation, and this date was being extended for a year every year. So there was no certainty whether this will remain next year or not. Now, at least, if someone is creating a startup today, they have a certainty that it will remain till 2030. This is a welcome step. Uh, they they are proposing to create a startup funds of, they want to create various funds of fund. When we say funds of funds, so effectively they will not directly invest in that particular segment, whether it is startup or AI or this thing. They will fund various funds, whether AIFs or other kind of funds, who in turn will invest in that particular segment. So government is proposing 10,000 crore allocated towards the startup funds. Then they will come up with deep technology funds of fund, wherein the focus will be AI, quantum computing, which is going to be the the need of the hour, biotech innovations, all will help this startup infra, the startup ecosystem. They have reduced compliances, like there was TDS on sale of goods for more than 50 lakhs. So they have abolished this, which is a very good step to my mind. In TDS also, various aspects like the increase of threshold for rents and commissions. So this will all ease the compliances for startups and even other industries. Fast track mergers, they are proposing to come up with the rules and regulations for fast track mergers and exit reforms. Very important for startups, because the most of the people go for a startup. I should not be saying most of the people, but many of us will go for a startup to create a valuation, to have an exit route. So this is really important, and if they come up with the decent rules and regulations, it will create a new era for startups, to my mind. Of course, there are negative things as well. So they have uh, when any startup or any company go for a merger, earlier the merging entity had zero based kind of thing for its carry forward losses, which now will be only for overall 8 years. So earlier, after merging, even if someone is sitting for 5 years on its carry forward losses, it was getting next 8 years. So now it will be only 3 years in this particular example. So not so positive, I would say. In transfer pricing, which is very important for startups, because many of the investors are from overseas. The ease of compliances, I mean, they will come up with safe harbor rules. I'm assuming for better for ease of compliances only. So this will help. Then there is something called as opting for a predetermined arm's length pricing. I mean, to understand it, if we if as a startup I agree with tax authorities, my this year's arm's length pricing. So for next 2 consecutive years, they are not going to question me on that particular aspect. So which is again a very good thing for anyone having this transfer pricing issues, because otherwise it used to take a lot of operational efforts. And uh, in if I talk about alternate investment funds. So there is now a clarity in this budget that the assets they are moving, I mean, the investment they are doing from entering and exiting, those will be called as capital gains. Uh, Earlier there was an ambiguity, business income or capital gain. So now when it is clear that these are capital gains, so taxation will always be a capital gain tax, which will of course boost this particular industry of AIF, who are actually helping startups to grow. Uh, then gig workers. Um, I mean, gig workers, we all know. So all the people working for Amazon, delivery, Swiggy, Zomato, and various such startups or companies. Now government is coming up with social security benefits, healthcare benefits for them. This will again help this particular ecosystem to grow, as in the people would be attracted towards this, or at least they won't see this as barrier, as in earlier it was not there, now it is there. So it will promote people to join this workforce. If I talk about one thing which the startup uh, uh, you know startups were expecting or are expecting is more ease on taxation on ESOPs, which is not there as of now. So government has come up with some ease in past years, as in 2020 budget they came up with this, and last year they again reiterated. But still a lot more can be done, because ultimately, if I don't have money which I will get after exiting only, but I have to pay my taxes now. That creates a lot of pressure on these startups and investors, and actually the employees who are working for those startups. So those are the opportunities I see for government to work on in future. So this is what for startups. Uh, if we talk about global capability centers, the GCC, where a topic which is quite close to my heart, because we work on this particular aspect. And I was super amazed to see the mention of GCC in the budget. Government is focusing on it, and this is, trust me, this will be a big, aspect of our economy in coming days. Uh, we are a GCC hub already, but with these few steps which government is taking, and I'm sure they will take more steps, like tier 2 cities, and in fact even tier 3 cities, they want to create a talent pool there for GCCs. And I have seen, I'm sure Rajkot would have a lot of GCCs running today, and that is true for various tier 2 cities now in India. This, the talent pool or the GCCs, why they would prefer tier 2 cities, because the talent they will get, the attrition rate would be much lower than the metro cities. So this is really going to help. And then the modified Udan scheme, wherein they want to connect 120 new destinations over 10 years by air. I mean, even today, in terms of various cities which are already linked under this. Earlier, of course, it was not air travel which we could have thought for. Today it is. So I see this coming as reality over next 10 years, and this will help, shaping up the economy of those cities, not only because of GCCs. Of course, this is going to be one of the prime thing, but many other aspects. And then the TDS and TCS compliances we talked about. The same will help GCCs as well. Safe harbor rules, we talked about transfer pricing rule, because in GCC also you will see a lot of overseas investments within the GCCs. So that will actually, help a lot this sector. Uh, then we talked about the AI, the funds in AI, and this will again, the GCCs are fully dependent on technologies now. I mean, earlier days, we used to call it as BPOs. It is no more only a BPO. BPO remains a very small part of the overall GCC structure. We are doing a lot in technology and AI as GCC for the whole of the world. Uh, uh, Almost 1.6 million of GCC employees would get benefited because of these tax reforms, and this ultimately will help. This ultimately will help these GCCs to have a better workforce, lesser administrative costs. These things will help creating a better infra and better attraction for India to be the real hub for GCCs. So this is on GCCs. Uh, I'm going slightly fast because I know there is a time constraint in overall program. So and I just want to cover at least 5 or 6 industries for the benefit of all. So that's why I am slightly fast. For any questions later on, uh, I mean, I would request management to share my email ID on LinkedIn, and you can ask whatever questions you have. Healthcare and medical infrastructure, uh, daycare, cancer centers, uh, very positive step government is going to take, that all district hospitals will have daycare cancer centers. One of the report says that India is going to see a flood of cancer cases, and I'm sure we all would agree with this. Everyone will have someone known struggling or who would have struggled with this problem. So we really need to have, because the existing cancer centers are overstressed. Then the government is talking about allocating 20,000 crore for research and development in life sciences and pharmaceutical. This is, of course, if we do R&D, so we will create something amazing out of it. No doubt about it. Of course, it will take some time, but I'm sure we will have some niche products or niche treatments coming out of this. So again, a welcome step. Uh, we will talk about this in telecom as well. Government is coming up with uh, expanding the broadband connectivity in the rural areas, all the gram panchayats and everything. So the moment you connect everything, because the connectivity is your backbone, so it will of course help your health. I mean, boost your health infra. I mean, the simple example is telemedicine. If someone is connected sitting in a village, and if they get to know how they can have a call or a video call with a doctor sitting in a city or a metro city, and they can talk to them, this will really help them to have those treatments in their villages itself. uh, Expansion of life-saving medicines. So there are 36 medicines which are on which duty is reduced, import duty is reduced. New Gene Bank of for crop germ plasm. This is a really important step government is going to take. They are very clear that until unless we have a good quality of food, whatever healthcare or infra it will not help. And that's where they are coming up with this kind of talking of crop gens, so that we can keep having those kind of good. Uh, I mean, this will help in our crops to get a better quality. And of course, this can't happen. That healthcare and infra can't happen without the masters of that field. So government is proposing to have 10,000 additional seats to be created in this year, with the aim of 75,000 additional seats in next 5 years. An ambitious step, I would say, but again, very much needed. Gig workers, we talked about in startups or GCC. So that healthcare, ultimately the positive impact will flow to care only. They will get the healthcare. So of course, from this particular sector, the most beautiful thing, I would say, I mean, you first come up with the Make in India, then you talk about Wed in India, then you talk about tourism or travel in India. Now you are coming up with Heal in India, the medical tourism. It is already there. At least I see a lot in metro cities, but when government is going to focus on them on this particular aspect, actually add many more countries and their people to flow into I mean to fly to India and get their treatments done. Even today, the HNI segment, they go for their treatment in Western countries. If that can be directed back towards India, this will help grow this sector like anything. So the overall budget initiatives mind will not only help the healthcare but various other sectors as well, like tourism, etc. Again, I would say very positive aspects or the initiatives government is taking. If we talk about technology sector, uh, we talked about a little bit artificial intelligence. So government is trying to create funds and trying to allocate 2,000 crore for India's AI mission, 500 crore for AI excellence in education. This will help grow this sector. Uh, will this mean that we will also create our deep seek? You never know. We can, but at the same time, will it help creating, the structures like Zomatos and Zerodhas and Amazons? Answer is clearly yes. Similarly, the Deep Technology Fund, we talked about that quantum computing and biotech innovations, including GCC, we talked about. So, because they are dependent on the technology, so it will boom on the technology sector as well. uh, R&D initiatives we talked about. So there are, of course, interlinkages between various initiatives within the sectors, so within the industries, and then the ease of doing business we talked about. All this will help to grow this sector, to boost AI and deep technologies and various ecosystems. It will create a lot of jobs, and few of the niche fields of technology is something I strongly believe India would be able to create. I mean, why OpenAI or DeepSeek or semiconductor should, overseas taboo? Why it can't be done in India? So this is what it is all about. If we talk about telecom sector, um, I hope I am not. Uh, I mean, time is in my favor. So if I am crossing the time limits, someone can tell me in between. Otherwise, I think I will take 5 7 more minutes. Sure. Thank you for that. So telecom sector, government will, as I said, really important. 81,000 crore government is going to allocate for telecom infra, which is very good. Broadband we talked about, 22,000 crore allocated to improve that broadband connectivity in rural India, the gram panchayats. This will help in every of life and creating a better life for rural areas. At many of the places, the custom duty, adjustments is done, like Ethernet switches, which is a very important aspect for creating that broadband paraphernalia. So government has reduced uh, duty BCD from 20 to 10%, I guess, on that particular thing. So to ensure that whatever they are thinking, whatever they are having as a vision is done, and they support it from all the angles. Uh, there are various tax incentives for data and telecom data centers, spectrum allocations, and like uh, the particular service segment. If a non-resident is providing services to a resident telecom services, so there is a presumptive taxation they are talking about, wherein it's 25% of their revenue be presumed as income, and tax will be payable only on that. So this is again a very positive step towards this. The compliance piece we talked about. So overall, in fact, this is aiming towards Viksit Bharat, the developed economy. uh, you need to have enhanced connectivity, lower cost, faster 5G rollout. All this will help creating a very, I mean, the developed economy have been talking about. Again, media and entertainment sector also again very positive by the government that they are focusing on this. Uh, the various tax benefits they are coming up with, as in the OTT platform subscription, they are going to reduce the GST on that. 5,000 crore allocated for AI-driven digital media. This is this is really good. I mean, I have been through few AIs wherein you have to give them a broad story and they will create scene by scene for any of your movie which you want to produce. Something which is done over 6 months can be now done within 30 to 60 days. So if we can create those infra for ourselves in our country, this will really help boost this particular segment. Uh, and then the government is focusing on the regional media, the local media, and the regional content on OTT and all. This is again going to give very good results. I mean, if I talk about one app which is named as Stage, I guess they are working on local languages in terms of OTT platform, and they are doing amazingly well. So, if government will start focusing on this aspect, so they will of course do much better than anyone. Tourism, we talked about the spirit tourism. They are going to come up with the 50 more destinations, the government will grow as a tourist destination. Connectivity, they are focusing in all the aspects, air, rail, road transport. I mean, uh, 15 years ago, if I had to go from the Prayagraj or Mahakum by road, I would never dare to. 15 hours. Today it is 9 to 10 hours. So that kind of infra we are already having, and government is focused on strengthening those. That will help create more and more tourism. Then skilling, they are talking about mudra loans for homestays. They will come up with e-visa, ease of travel documentations. They will come up with, so that will help creating various travel aspects, travel circuits within the country. Technology and all will of course boost that. Uh, if I see one negative aspect is that how they are going to tackle seasonal tourism, which is of course at many of the places. These are the few. I mean, that is something which probably government should consider for their future to my mind. And the last is the consumer and retail. We talked about that 1 lakh crore government is foregone, which will remain in our pockets. We ultimately on FMCG sector. So this will help grow this sector. Uh, 1.5 trillion allocated for MSME credit, which will again help this sector to expand. New credit card facility for with a limit of 5 lakh. This will help to again enhance that overall inclusion within the economy, and then specific focus on toy industry and the footwear industry. So this will help, and we have really done very aspects, support measures to make it happen. So when they are talking about make in India for toy footwear, so they have reduced leather to be used, that blue leather to be used. They have reduced the import duty on that. Similarly, on the like if you talk about the panels, TV panels and screens, so they have increased duty on the full panel, but they have reduced duties on raw material of that panel so that it can be done within our country. And tax and duty reforms we talked about. So ultimately, I would say this budget is very good for consumer and retail as well. All the positive impacts. Uh, I the one thing which I missed in between telling you is technology that they are coming up with a very good thing is made in India online games, wherein they will have they will promote the online gaming creation, which will have Indian stories, Indian spiritual, Indian culture. And for my kids, I was always struggling for them to keep them out of the reach from online gaming, which I could not, because of two reasons. One is that weakening of eyesight, and then the most important was the psychological pressure, the psychological impact. Now with this, I would at least not worried about the psychological impact the art would have. Eyesight weakening will still remain, and this will not only create this thing for ourselves, but uh, it will create the awareness of our culture, our spiritualism across countries. I specifically mentioned this because I missed this, and this is again I was amazed to see this kind of concept government is coming up with. Uh, I mean, I shared my views, how I feel about this budget, how our circle feel about this budget. I will close for this session. And your questions would be welcome. You can connect with me later on. I would be more than happy, to answer and to interact with you. And if given a chance, probably we'll see you each other in future. Thank you very much for this opportunity to the management. Thank you.
It goes without saying that it was certainly a very insightful session. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation to us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before we move ahead, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the esteemed dignitaries present with us today. Provost Dr. R.B. Jadeja and Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Sanjeet Singh. We also extend a warm welcome to all the deans, directors, and head of the departments. We are incredibly fortunate to have some very special guests with us today. Individuals who have made significant contribution to the world of finance, leadership, and education. Their presence here today makes this event all the more inspiring and to welcome guest Mr. Debarshi Mukherjee. Now we would like to welcome CA Abhishek Doshi sir by Dr. Vijay Bhujbal. Give them a huge round of applause.
I request all the dignitaries to please settle down as we begin further with our event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce Doshi sir, a fellow member of ICAI, Commerce and Law graduate and partner at KSD and Associates, with offices not only in Rajkot but also in Gandhidham and Ahmedabad. With 16 plus years of expertise in GST, income tax, and audit, he is also a renowned speaker. He has delivered lectures at ICAI, trade bodies, and government seminars and actively contributes to GST policy discussions as a member of various ICAI and Gujarat Chamber committees. He also as chairman of Rajkot branch of WIRC of ICAI 2014, leading to its first Best Large Branch Award. It's our honor to welcome you, sir. Please forward to the dais. We would love to have your insightful words on this union budget discussion. Everyone, please give them a huge round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you. Budget જેટલો તો જોશ લાગે. A very good morning to all of you. Yes. So, first of all, I must compliment Marwadi University for having organized this Vishleshan. And I know this is their trademark event being organized every year. And I am thankful to the Marwadi University for inviting me for the second year in line, right? So last year there was a not full budget, but this having the full budget. And we are going to discuss various taxation and other amendments, right? So we have seen certain aspects of the industry related aspects, then we are going to see some economic aspect, macroeconomics level discussion on the budget. But for this session, we are going to discuss what is the taxation and other related amendments. So basically budget, whenever any budget is presented, it comes with the finance bill, right? And the finance bill proposes various amendments in direct tax, that is income tax, as well as the indirect taxes like GST, excise, customs, service tax. So if you have heard this year's budget, the Honorable Finance Minister has said they are going to bring the new tax bill. Right? Anyone is aware about that? Yes. So basically, this current Income Tax Act is in place since 1961. Right? And now they are proposing to come with entire new Income Tax Act, which is going to be proposed in Parliament in the next week. As claimed, it is going to be simple and much more user-friendly. We will see how it works. But considering that the new finance bill is going to be presented in Parliament in the next week, there are not much changes in the direct tax for this year. There are certain changes which we will discuss, which is essential for the common public. But there are not much changes in the direct tax. And now, after the introduction of GST, if you want to see, the GST amendments came through the meetings of the GST Council, right? So normally GST Council proposes any changes in the GST, and then changes are brought. So in budget session or in finance bill, there are consequential changes. What is the already announced earlier, right? So after the introduction of GST, there is no more suspense for the GST per se in the budget. But today we discuss what are the important aspects of the budget. So as I just changes in the direct as well as indirect taxes, but what we are going to discuss is some of the important things which normally affects the common people, right? There will be various aspects of the direct tax which impacts the assessment, litigation, appeal, but we are not going to discuss this. We are going to discuss only few of the aspects which covers personal income tax, TDS and TCS. There is one concept of updated return and some 2-3 miscellaneous other important changes. So in our today's 20, we are going to deliberate upon this. So to start with the personal income tax, right? If we see or if we can say any of this budget, right, then everyone of us knows that it is relaxation in the limit, right? That is personal income tax, changes in the personal income tax, right? So before we start, what is the benefit, actual benefit? Because everyone budget comes and now in the era of the social media, we came through the so many of the updates, overload of the knowledge, right? But what's the actual benefit? How that 12 lakh limit works, right? Whether there is actual 12 lakh limit or there are any catches, we will going to see in this session. But before that, I would like to ask, what is the present limit? Anyone of you know what is the present limit of tax? Yes? 7 lakh. Right. So 7 lakh is the present limit. This is the present tax structure. Present tax structure means for the year FY 24-25 till the year 24-25, right? What is the proposed in this budget will be applicable for FY 25-26, right? For the from the next year. So current year, what is the present tax structure? Presently, there are two kinds of regime, right? Old regime and new regime. Anyone is having any idea about old regime versus new regime? Yes? Right. So what is reflecting on the screen is there is a, from the years they have introduced this concept of new regime versus old regime. Earlier there was simple tax. Many of you must be knowing from the income, whatever your income you have earned, there are various deductions available. If you invest in LIC, if you invest in NSC, take claim, make contribution to the NPS, right? Make payment of the housing loan interest, all such items are available as a deduction from your total income. And after deducting all these items, whatever remains will be your taxable income and you need to pay the same. That was the old regime. Then from 3 years they have introduced one concept of new regime. What they have made is in new regime they have made income basic slab on higher side plus rate is comparatively on lower side, but no deductions will be allowed, right? In new regime, if you see, only few deductions like standard deduction to salary, some NPS contribution, pension, 2-3 only deductions are allowed. Otherwise, in new regime, no deductions are allowed. So what status new regime? You are having exemption or no tax till income of rupees 7 lakh, right? But the rate starts from the 3 lakh. Up to 3 lakhs, nil, 3 to 7.5, 7 to 10, 10%, and so on. So why does the rate starts from 3 lakh? Because there is no tax if your income is up to 7 lakhs. But once you cross 7 lakh, your tax will start from 3 lakh. Right? So there is definitely relaxation for FY 24-25 up to 7 lakh. But once you start cross 7 lakh, your tax will start from 3 lakh. So this relaxation has been given in form of rebate of 25,000. So what this says, up to 7 lakh, if you are having below 7 lakh, then you will get rebate of 25,000. and that will make your tax liability 0. So making effectively it 0 tax up to 7 lakhs. But if you cross 7 lakh, there will be no rebate. So your tax will start from 2.5 lakhs. In new regime, there is no tax up to 7 lakhs. If you cross 7, tax will start from 3 lakhs. So this is the present structure for 24-25. Right? Now, if we move forward, what is the changes made in this budget? So old regime, there is no from rupees 4 lakhs. Definitely, there is a tax relief up to 12 lakhs. There will not be any tax liability if your income is below 12 lakh, considering the rebate aspect. Otherwise, your income will start, tax will start from 4 lakhs. Even if you see the slabs, right, that has been also expanded. Up to 4 lakhs, there was a nil, 4 to 8, 5, 8 to 12, 10, 12 to 16, 15, 16 to 20, 20 to 24, and 30% slab comes after 24 lakhs of income, right? If we see last year, the 30% tax slabs come once you cross 15 lakh of income, right? But now 30% tax slab will come once you cross the 24 lakhs of income. So definitely there is a relaxation in basic exemption limit, but there is also relaxation in slabs. The rate of the slab widened. So your effectively your 30% slab will come much later. Only catch which we are discussing, and even the minister in her budget speech said that special rate income will not cover under this, right? So what is the special rate income? Any idea? Yes? Right. So if you are having any long-term capital gain, then it attracts special rate. At present, it is 12.5%, right? So if you are having any long-term capital gain income, then 12.5% tax liability will be there on that long-term capital income. Against that tax, you cannot adjust this 60,000 rebate, right? So you need to pay that tax. Say for example, I am having income of rupees 10 lakhs, right? Out of 10 lakhs, I have long-term capital gain of rupees 2 lakh rupees. Taxable long-term capital gain of 2 lakh rupees, right? So my other up to for other 8 lakhs, my liability will be calculated as per this slab. But for that 2 lakh of long-term capital gain, it will directly apply 12.5%, right? So it will be 25,000 rupees. For that 25,000 rupees, I am not eligible to set off rebate of this 60,000. So that 25,000 I need to pay, even my income is below rupees 12 lakh, right? So this is about understanding about the special rate income. If I am having any special rate income, I cannot claim this rebate, making me liable to pay tax even if my income is below 12 lakhs, right? Now, what happens up to previous year, that is means 24-25, there is always discussion whether I should go for old regime or new regime, right? Because there are two options. In old regime I get deductions, in new regime I do not get deductions, but I have lower rate of tax. So based on my quantum of deduction, if I am having deduction of rupees, say for example 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, based on quantum of deduction, I can decide whether I would like to go for the new regime or old regime, right? But after introduction of this changes in the new regime, now it will be mostly beneficial under the new regime, right? We will have the comparative analysis of the old versus new regime also in next two slides, but mostly the new regime will be beneficial because in the new regime your limit extended up to 12 lakh rupees, right? So since last 3 years government is trying to bring every SSC on the new regime because they want to shut it down the old regime. They don't want to allow you any deductions, right? As we discussed in the previous session also, it will impact on your savings because normally people are having attitude to invest in LICs, some mutual funds, some investment plan to also have the benefit of deductions from the income. But now deductions are not allowed. So government is focusing more on consumption than savings since last 3 years. And as per the last budget, 1/3 of the SSCs were still under the old regime, 2/3 of the SSCs have already been transferred to the new regime. But after this change, I think only very few person will remain in the old regime. Otherwise, all of them will convert to the new regime, right? Now we talk about what is the saving. We have seen what is the present structure, what is the proposed tax structure, and now what is the saving through this amendment. Saving with reference to new regime only because there is change in the new regime only, there is no change in the old regime. So if say for 24-25 I was having 7,50,000 of income, then I was supposed to pay 25,000, but in the new 25-26 liability will be 0. So saving of 25,000. Up to 10 lakh, there is saving of 50,000. Up to 12 lakh, if I am having income of 12 lakh, I will be having saving of 80,000. Then if I go to 13 lakh, then there is again saving of 25,000, little reduction saving because the taxation in the new regime also started. Then up to 15 lakh, my saving will be 35,000. If I am having income of 20 lakhs, 90,000. Last I am having income of 25 lakh, right? Then my saving in tax would be of rupees 1,10,000. And any income above the 25 lakhs, all the persons having income above the 25 lakhs will definitely have this saving of rupees 1,10,000, right? So this amendment is having significant impact in terms, it is not impacting only small salaried person or person below the 12 lakhs, but it is impacting every SSC, every individual SSC, right? All the SSCs will get some benefit from this amendment, right? If I am having income of 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh or 50 lakh, any person will get benefit from this. And if we compare the benefit for the person having salary of or income of 25 lakhs, then in the old regime, the liability was 4,40,000, which has reduced to 3,30,000. So almost 25% reduction in his total tax liability, right? So it is substantial reduction in the tax liability. If you compare 1,10,000 saving as compared to the total income of 25 lakh, then it is more than 4% of your total income. So saving in your income of your annual income, 4% of your annual income is very substantial saving. And government has given this boost considering that people will consume this, right? And as we discussed in the last session, it will cost government to the 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh crore of revenue to the government, right? So it is definitely a very substantial step. We cannot deny. Of course, there are certain catches, there are certain restrictions, but otherwise it will definitely going to help everyone. Now we will move forward to the comparison of old versus new regime. If any one of you have any doubt regarding this text structure, feel free to ask. Yes. Okay. Sure. We can keep, we'll have the panel discussion, and at that time we will discuss your question answers. Now this is regarding the comparison of old versus new regime. We have already stated that mostly new regime will be beneficial after this amendment, but still we will have certain comparative analysis. If your total deduction are rupees 4,50,000, so what are the deductions, right? If you have LIC, investment in certain tax beneficial mutual fund, NSC, PPF, then it comes under section 80C, which is limit of 1,50,000. So if you have investment of 1,50,000, then mediclaim of 50,000, 50,000, right? Housing loan interest if you are having and you are paying interest of rupees 2 lakhs. So every deduction you combine, and if you have total deduction of rupees 4,50,000, which will be very difficult for normal assessees. It will be having for some high salaried person it may be possible, but otherwise it will be difficult to have this total deduction of 4,50,000. And if you have the total deduction of 4,50,000, then also we have given the comparative in all cases new regime will be beneficial, right? Then your deduction increases to 5 lakh rupees. If you are having deduction, total deduction of 5 lakh rupees, right? Then up for the income of 13 lakh, you are having benefit of under the old regime, but otherwise for all the higher income slabs, you are having benefit under the new regime. So up to 5 lakhs, there is very little benefit in old regime, otherwise new regime is beneficial. Now if you are having deduction of 6 lakh rupees, then up to 15 lakh of income, you will be beneficial under the old regime. Above 15 lakh, you will be beneficial in new regime. And last, if you are having total deduction of 8 lakh rupees, which will be hardly 1% or 2% of the total assessee, because if you are having all kind of investment, NP, mediclaim, 180C, 1,50,000 housing loan, and you are having various exempted allowances like HRA exemption and other allowances exemption, and to some very high salaried person, and if total deduction collectively comes to 8 lakh rupees, in that case only the old regime will still be applicable or beneficial for any kind of level of income, right? So in nutshell, most of the cases new scheme is applicable. If you are having very high amount of deduction, 6 lakh, 7 lakh, 8 lakh, then only you can think of the going for the old regime under certain circumstances. And at the last, because we are student of the management, we always focus on the break even, how the break even will work versus between the old regime versus the new regime, right? So this is first column is about the total deduction available, then break even income and tax liability at the break even, and what is the beneficial scheme. So 4,50,000 or less, if you are having total deduction of 450 or less, forget everything, go for the new regime for any slab of income. If you are having deduction of 5 lakh rupees, then break even income is 30,50,000. So below 30,50, old will be beneficial, above 30,50, new will be beneficial. If you are having deduction of 6 lakh rupees, then break even income is 16,75,000. That is below 16,75,000 income and 6 lakh deduction, you can go for the old regime. Above 16,500 income and 6 lakh deduction, you can go for the new regime. And if you are having more than 8 lakh of deductions, then in all cases, old regime will be beneficial. So this is how the comparison of the old versus new regime works, right? So this is all about the personal income tax. What are the changes in personal income tax? And how the benefit is substantial. If we can see that nowadays, if we all are aware that is a era of social media and lots of memes, right, on budget runs around. See, even this single step, how it changed the perception. If you have seen the memes prior to the budget, there are lots of negative memes, Vasulita and so on, right? And now after this one stand, they have gone up to the extent of Ma Lakshmi, right? So from Vasulita to Ma Lakshmi, the perception has changed due to this one thing. I do not endorse any of the perception, but how this step has worked in the perception. Now, after the personal income tax, we will discuss certain thing about TDS, TCS. So what is the TDS, TCS? Any idea about it? Yes. Tax deducted at source and tax collected at source. So basically, as per the income tax, on certain payments, if I made, I need to deduct tax and I need to deposit with the government, and that person will get credit of that tax. And on certain receipt, I need to collect tax, which is TCS, and I again need to deposit with the government, and from the whom I have received, will get the credit for the same. Right? So this TDS, TCS also impacts the public at large, right? On their various income, TDS is get deducted. So now there are certain changes, TDS, TCS provisions, which affects public at large, and they have rationalized certain threshold in this TDS, TCS provision. So we will have the glimpses of the same. So basically how the TDS provision works, say for example, if I am supposed to pay interest to any person, then there is threshold that if interest above 10,000, then there will be TDS applicable. TDS will be applicable at, for example, 10% of rate. So this threshold, there is a changes in the various threshold for the TDS in this budget. First, interest on securities, right? If I am paying interest on debentures to individual, then present threshold is of rupees 5,000. Up to 5,000 there will not be TDS. Now the threshold has been increased to 10,000. So if I am receiving interest on debenture up to 10,000, there will not be any TDS. But above 10,000, there will be 10% TDS. For other securities, they have introduced the threshold of 10,000. Now dividend, most of us invest in the sum of the stocks and we receive the dividend. So in dividend also TDS is deducted. Present limit is 5,000. If dividend crosses 5,000, TDS will be deducted. That has been extended to expanded to 10,000. Now TDS will be deducted only if my dividend is more than 10,000. Then interest, other than interest on securities, mainly bank deposit, fixed deposit, right, post office deposit, all for this. The senior citizen are getting the more benefits. At present, the limit was 50,000. That is, if I cross 50,000, my interest income crosses 50,000, TDS will be deducted. But now extended to 1 lakh rupees. So up to 1 lakh of rupees of interest income, there will not be any TDS. So it will help senior citizen in, otherwise they have to file their ITR and get the refund of the TDS. But now up to 1 lakh, there will not be any TDS. Other than senior citizen, the limit was 40,000, which has been extended to 50,000. And other than bank interest, personal party-to-party interest, limit was 5,000, which has been extended to 10,000. Then there is insurance commission, for which limit has been increased from 15 to 20,000. Then this is also discussed about, and the finance minister has talked in the budget speech regarding the rent. Present limit was 2,40,000, which is extended to 6 lakhs as per the speech of the finance minister. But only thing is that it is not 6 lakh per se, it is 50,000 per month, right? The limit has been extended for the rent. If I am paying rent or I am receiving rent, my TDS will be deducted if monthly rent is more than 50,000. Right? Earlier it was annual limit. So even if my monthly rent is 1 lakh and I have received only for 3 months, then my limit will be 3 lakh. But here they have given now limit per month. So per month if my rent increases then 50,000, then TDS will be deducted. Otherwise TDS will not be deducted. Then there is other TDS for fees for professional service, for which 30 to 50. Income in respect of certain mutual funds from 5 to 10,000. There are certain compensation for compulsory acquisition of land, which is limit has been increased from 250 to 5 lakh. This is also important to the student somewhat regarding the remittance. If anyone goes outside India and make remittance for the education, payment of education fees, then there is a TCS applicable to it. Right? Now they have said if you are for making remittance for the education, but that remittance is out of the education loan taken, then there will not be any TCS. At present, there was no TCS up to SEC. Above 7 lakh, there was TCS of 0.5%, which has been done away with. Now there will not be any TCS for remittance for education purpose. If you are remitting for education purpose, but not from the bank loan, but from other loan or other sources, then up to 10 lakh there is no TCS, but if you make remittance above 10 lakh, then there will be TCS of 5%. Medical treatment, the limit was 7 lakh, up to which 0 TCS was there, it has been increased lakhs. So up to 10 lakhs, 0 TCS, above 10 lakhs, 5% TCS. Similarly, overseas tour package or any other remittance, same limit was 7 lakh, up to 7 lakh there was no TCS, that has been increased to 10 lakhs, and above the TCS will be 20%. And there is any TCS on the timber, sale of timber, that has been reduced to 2.5 to 2%. Now, other important changes, we will take only one. If any of you are aware is that there is a concept of TCN, last 2-3 years they have introduced concept of TDS on purchase and TCS on sales. So normally what happened earlier, it used to happen that TDS, TCS are applicable for certain your expenditure or certain minimum income. But from last 3-4 years, they have introduced TDS, TCS for your entire purchase and sales. So now it is contradicting, and their provisions were there. If TDS is done, then TCS is not required, and there were lot. So from this year, the government has done away with the TCS on sale of goods. So sale of goods, I will not collect any TCS. For purchase of goods, I will deduct TDS as per the previous thing. Then there is a concept of updated return. Anyone having about updated return? So you can file return of income, then you can revise your return of income within given time. But now in this era of, there is a concept called 26AS, AIS, TIS, that is all your financial transactions are available now on income tax portal, right? Whether you earn saving bank interest, FD interest, you make transactions in securities market, all these details are available now with the income tax portal. When of the income tax portal, the list of all the transactions will be there. Here used to be there, the people normally having salary income or business income will ignore the capital gain transactions, will ignore some other income transaction and file the return of income. And say they are even do not aware about the other incomes, right? But now all the details are available on portal. So government has come with the idea of updated return, that any of such income which is reflected on income tax portal but you missed in your ITR, you can file your updated return. At present, the updated return was allowed for 2 years from the completion of assessment year, and there was additional tax liability. Say for example, in original return I am supposed to pay 100 rupees. In updated return, I am supposed to pay 125 if I file in within 12 months. I supposed to pay 150 if I file within 12 to 24 months, right? And now in this budget, they have added more 2 years, right? You can file up to 3 years and 4 years with the added liability of 60% and 70%, right? So this is an measure, facilitation measure for the person who have missed incomes. But again, it also becoming the recovery measures for the department, and department is forcing for smallest of the smallest income to file the updated return to the assessees. And this is the last slide for the today's session. Other important changes. 2-3 important changes. First, MSME. I think you all must be aware about the MSME, right? So the limit of the MSME has been increased. The MSME has been defined based on the two limits, investment in plant and machinery and turnover, right? The investment in plant and machinery limit has been made 2.5 times of the existing limit, and turnover limit has been made 2 times of the existing limits, right? So this is the table, how the limits are increased. How will it affect? Due to this, the number of entities covered within the MSME criteria will be more. So all the benefits available to the MSME, right? Various loan benefits, various credit facilities, various benefits even under the income tax in terms of 43B. Benefits available will be available to more such enterprises. Then one benefit to the trust, smaller trust. Normally any trust who want to claim exemption under the Income Tax Act need to register with the Income Tax Act, right? At present, the registration is available for 5 years. They have said if the trust total income is, gross receipt is below 5 crore, then their registration will be valid for 10 years. So small trust need not to apply for the again for since in the 5 years. So time limit has been extended from them from 5 to 10 years. Then there is a sunset clause in for startup. So if any startup starts the business, they are having deductions of 100% of profit for 3 years. So there was a clause that the business should be start before 31st March 25. Now that date has been extended to March 30. So any startup starting business before 31st March 2030 will be eligible for this deduction. There is concept of self-occupied property. So if I am having house property, 2 house property, right? Then one will be considered as a deemed layout out. Suppose I am individual, I am owning 2 house properties or more than 2 house properties. As per Income Tax Act, I can have one SOP, self-occupied property. Other property will be considered as a deemed layout out and I need to offer income. So now they are saying 2 self-occupied properties to individuals. So if I am having up to 2 self-occupied properties, I will not be liable for any tax on the same. And last, withdrawal from this, there is a scheme of NSS. If I have made deposit prior to 92 and I am getting withdrawal now because the government has stopped the giving interest on the same. Otherwise, withdrawal was taxable, but now they have said that after 29th August 24, if any withdrawal is made, it will be exempt from the tax. So this is all about from me, important changes in taxation and relevant amendments. I once again thank you, Marwadi University, for providing me this opportunity, and thank you for patient hearing.
Wow, that was an information-packed session. I hope you all agree to me. Do we agree to the same? Give them a huge round of applause. Sir, true, your words were valuable to us. My dear fellow mates, we have a panel discussion lined up in this event. So, you will certainly see a QR code displayed here wherein you can put up your questions and our expert industrialists, finance people will answer your questions. This is a big opportunity to get all your answers or doubts from the experts all over in the field of finance. So students, please put in your questions if any. I know our brains need a little fresh air, so let's take a. You can grab some coffee, tea, snacks. For the students, it is lined up outside the auditorium, and for all our esteemed guests, the breakfast is arranged near the exit gate on the left side. Please forward.
QR code 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, only for 10 minutes.
The break is only for 10 minutes, students, so please hurry up and come back soon.
Students, you can address your questions over there. The QR code is displayed. In panel discussion, we will address these questions. For a while, you can take a break of 10 minutes. The tea and biscuits are waiting for you there.
Everyone, please settle down.
Requesting our esteemed dignitaries to take a seat. Requesting faculty members to take the seat. Students, please settle down at your place quickly. We are about to start the next session, and there are few students' presentations as well before that. So requesting all of you to settle down as quickly as possible, friends.
નિહાર નથી ખબર મને ગ્રેસી ને ઓલા હેતરશ્રી તો અહીંયા પાછળ છે પ્રિન્સ પ્રિન્સ
ઓલી ટ્રોફી કોણ છે મમ્મી મુવમેન્ટ ઓની કોણ છે ઓલી મુવમેન્ટ ઓન આને હું કરવા
Everyone, please settle down faster. About to begin the sessions again. Disciplinary committee members are requested to maintain silence.
ટ્રોફી કઈ જગ્યાએ હેરાન કરવાની છે ને આ હમણાં ઓલા આવે જ છે બેગ છે કે બેગ
Welcome back, everyone. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Yashvi Savajyani, a BBA Honours Semester 3 student who is pursuing ACA and currently serves as Vice President of Cultural Club. She will take us through her presentation now.
Bridges, railways, cities so tall. Public spending makes them all. Slow and steady, how far will I go? Will this union budget really make me go? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the discussion of budget. I should call you as finance people, business leaders, and whatnot. And if not any, I can certainly call you a Bharatiya Nagrik. We deserve a straight roads without any potholes. मेरे पास जमीन है, जायदाद है, तुम्हारे पास क्या है? मेरे पास सिर्फ 5 मिनट है. 5 minutes to present what this union budget talks about public spending. Union budget sounds so big and heavy, but don't worry, let me make it small and basically, union budget is a plan of government wherein they allocate from where the resources will come and where they will spend. Simple. You prepare your pocket money plan. How will you spend it and how will you earn it? That's what union budget says. Let's assume that government has two types of things: expenditures and income. What does the government income include? Government income has three subparts. Taxable revenue, that is, the revenue that they earn from the tax. Direct tax in the form of income tax. Indirect tax in the form of GST, which is not directly levied by the government, but you somehow pay to the government in the form of GST. There are other non-tax revenues as well. What could they be? It could be in the form of fees, fines, revenue from the public sector earnings. So this is overall income or the revenue generation model for the government. We certainly have expenditure model as well. Where does the government spend their money on? They spend on infrastructure, welfare of the society, education, and this expenditure done for the public is known as public expenditure or funding. Imagine we are at a birthday party. We all agree to that? Are we excited to the birthday party? So, we are at a birthday party and assume that government is a birthday boy or a birthday girl standing in front of a giant birthday cake. That is our budget. Now, who will get the piece of that cake is a point of discussion here. Will the education get cherry on the top? Will the infrastructure get the extra scoop of cream? Or if not any, will the middle class get even the leftover crumbs? This discussion is done by Nirmala Sitharaman in the union budget. This is what the union budget does for us, for the public. Now imagine that government starts up an hospital. Certainly, it will give employment to doctors, nurses, and the related field members. That will add to our national income. But not only the income that we consider, we also consider that the hospitals give healthcare, proper sanitation to people. And think of it, you are completely well healthy, you will be able to work 9 to 5, not even 9 to 5, you will be able to work 9 to 9. A healthy public or workforce drives the economy. Let's take another example. Government is doing an infrastructural project. It will create a number of employment opportunities. Not only that, government is pooling investments, not only from the domestic industrialists, but also attracts foreign direct investments. How cool, right? This way, government pools certain investments that works in favor of public. Think of it. They spend for us, we are happy. We are ready to pay taxes as well. Such an healthy and wealthy economy will it be created. That's what the budget is. That's what the budget talks about. Now are we agreeing to the point that we know what the union budget is, what is public spending, how the government does it? Though I am explaining it in very short and I don't consider myself that capable that I would be able to give all the insights to it. But Union budget or the government tries that certain expenditures are done in favor of public. We call ourselves as a democratic country, right? For the people, by the people. So certainly, public is the main driving force in our economy. And making them happy is making the country happy. It leads to prosperity of economy overall as well. So, to make this presentation short, I would like to end that consider economy as a plant. And if you, you sow seeds for public, in public welfare, certainly the tree would be such a flourishing one, such a healthy tree would it look, green and flashy. That's what the target of government is. Not this year, but in every year. From past many budgets, government focuses only on public so that economy is overally developed, make our economic prosperous, and that's what we call it as a healthy and wealthy economy. We have our experienced guest as well to talk about that same. I would hand it over to sir. Thank you so much everyone for listening to me.
Very nice.
Thank you so much, Yashvi, for this insightful presentation. It is a pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee, a distinguished academic and expert in commerce, business studies, and information system. He is currently a professor at Jamia Millia Islamia University and has previously served as a head of Department of Business Management at Tripura University. He has contributed significantly to the development of business incubators and has worked extensively on blended learning models and ICT interventions in education. He has honored over 100 publications, received an innovation patent, and has been involved in numerous national initiations. With his extensive experience in education research as well as his involvement in national initiatives, he is well suited to discuss the critical role of public spending in driving economic prosperity. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee to the stage.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. Well, this is my first or maiden visit to Gujarat, and I'm really indebted to the Marwar University for having me here with you to discuss the perhaps the most debatable topic these days. And I sincerely thank the Dean Madam of this FMS, Brand Manas, Vaishali, and all the esteemed authorities of this university, and obviously the dear students. I understand it has been quite taxing for you to listen to the tax regime for almost 2 hours now. And I'm only going to add to the ooze to you. Trust me, we'll not talk much about the data because the previous two speakers have very categorically explained the data points. And as you progress, you would see that how the system of budget is going to impact us. You may feel that all the elements may not touch your lives right now, but certainly in a macro or larger perspective, it does. Currently, I think the entire service people are very happy with the fact that the minimum or the limit of taxation has been, or zero tax regime has been raised to 12 lakhs. Yesterday, I think 2 days back, I was on another panel. So there was one student asked, "Sir, what if I earn rupees 12 lakh and 1 rupees?" Mathematically, as I think CSR has just explained how would be the tax structure, but conceptually get to the bottom of it. Not everything that seems rosy may not be what you think it is to be. If you have followed, because I stand here as a teacher, and I have mixed emotions towards this budget. So I'll share what I have to. The point what I'm trying to make here is any idea that the people in this country, we have, I think, 1.43 billion. How many of us actually file income tax return? Any rough idea? Last year, 4, 5, 6, 7 crore. I mean, last year the tax files were CR, 8 crore लोगों ने टैक्स फाइल किया है, out of which actual tax payments were done by 3 CR. So why would the government or the policy makers would be so generous to let go approximately 1.1 CR again out of the tax ambit? Did it ring a bell? If not, think again. You don't have to do much research. Just Google and find out what severity chairman has said. That would bring 90% of the tax-paying population under the ambit of 5. What will happen then? You may not be paying direct taxes. GST direct taxes are being made exact. I'll take one minute. Little bit of deprived. In my society where I live, I have my car cleaner. Came for signing a letter for his child quota. He was very excited because you know even the public schools, they have a EWS category through which the children from the economically weaker section get admission. After 7 days, he came back to me and said, my son wasn't given admission. He was denied. I asked him why. He said that my bank transaction shows that I have a transaction of 30,000 per month. How could I be an EWS? I was stunned. Then I asked him what happened. He said, ये जो आप UPI से पेमेंट करते हैं ना, डायरेक्ट बैंक अकाउंट से लिंक्ड है. And when I got the statement out, it reflected that. And as you would know, for EWS category, you have to submit 6 months bank statement, and schools made 2 + 2 = 4. So आगे से कैश में. So the entire narrative of this story tells you is that the more number of people comes under the ambit of taxes, it helps the government to generate more revenue of them. Now the question is revenue generation is the objective of the government or benevolence? So with that, we start the presentation today. Now to set the ball rolling, we have to understand what is public spending. I think the previous speaker, the student, made it very, very clear. It is the vehicle. Budget primarily comes to be a vehicle which helps the people of the country to get the benefit of being the citizen of a country, including institution building, capacity building, healthcare, all sorts of benefits. So public spending, if governments stop existing, from there will start. And then it also generates employment. Right now we are talking about Atmanirbhar, Swannirbhar. Why? Because government perhaps exceeds the capacity towards generating that kind of employment it has to generate. Though I am not ringing a bell here, but I am just trying to make a point. Now, here one thing that surfaced, what talking about inclusive growth. I mean, since many of the things have been spoken, I am just excusing myself from repeating them again and again. What is the idea of inclusive growth? Growth is fine, right? As we grow, capacity building, income, expenditure, everything comes out. But inclusive growth? So there is a serious population, a significant number of people who have always been left out. Primarily, the capacity building exercises do not reach them. In 1989, if I correctly remember, there was a statement became very, very popular by the then Prime Minister, Sri Rajiv Gandhi ji. He said that for every 1,000 rupees spent by the government, only 14 rupees reaches the last person, intended audience. I do not know the number right now, but I think this has increased. And what was the response to that kind of a statement? Anybody? Are you aware of this statement, right? So, if your government is spending 1,000 rupees, I am intending to pay to the last person, and then he or she only gets 14 rupees, so what should I be my next, go-to state, next step? DBT, direct bank transfer. And that has initiated rural credit schemes, because primarily the rural economy, they have come up to a level, and that is the reason perhaps the rural reconstruction programs, Manrega, everything has been given a top priority. Fine. Now, since program name is Vishleshan, so it is, I think, apart from crunching the numbers, we'll look at some of the comparative analysis. I could have brought 10 years data, but the scope is not there. So we can see that how the nominal growth has been attained. I'm not questioning on these are statistics, not by me. So the source is also mentioned. You can score it for yourself. You can question lever of population dividend or demographic dividend. Okay. So I think reflected in that score. So therefore, we have to see where the money comes to the government. I think the student talking about it. Let us quickly look at it. And if you compare it with the previous year, you will also find that the income tax or revenue for income tax was almost on 19 to 20% only. The prime sources. And then we have the corporation taxes of different forms, liabilities and all. And if I look at where the money comes from, then we must also concentrate on where does it go. This is the segment where we spending. Pension being one. Now gradually this area is shrinking. Why? Because government has stopped the old pension scheme, I think you are aware of, OPS. I don't get it, though I'm from the government, I'm from the NPS scheme. After 1st January 2004 has been reduced. So where all spaces are there? I mean, previously CSR was talking about the old regime or new regime. So if you build a house, you used to get tax benefit. Now the new regime, it is not there. So what does it mean? You will not make your house, you will not build another one. For the second house, you are tax free. But then what about the interest benefits that you used to get? So gradually the focus is moving from support towards being Atmanirbhar. I leave it to you to find out whether it is good or bad. Privatization is coming in a big way. Why? Because if you could, I mean, I don't know, you are too young. Any scholars here? PhD students? No. Fine. You aspiring to apply for a government job, teaching job primarily, you know, we have to fill up an API criteria. Academic Performance Indicator criteria. Before 2018, only your experience with the government institutions were counted. Since 2018 amendment, even the private service or private institution service experiences start getting counted. That indicates that the difference the people used to have, an elitism, that I am from a government institution, somebody is private, that gap is getting fused. The competition is getting thicker. We'll come to the education segment later on. Now, this is basically the engines. I think we have captured this part, agriculture. Then we have MSME, investment and exports. MSME I think has been spoken in detail. And the reform structures which are being followed very stringently. In agriculture, I'll just give one example. To this morning I was talking about. How many of you are aware of drip irrigation? Okay, there are some of them. Now, drip irrigation, in 2019, there was one student like you who designed a drip irrigation technique using a plastic-like material for water outlay and used to put between the plant seeding lines. That used to offer, you know, constant source of water to the drought-prone areas. And now that segment is being popularized by the Ministry of Agriculture, giving them funding support. Then we have the varieties. We'll come to the detail of it. Now we have the investment pattern exports. Let's quickly look at this. Viksit Bharat Agriculture Scheme. 100 districts have been identified, especially drought-prone areas like drip irrigation was talking about, where you will get specialized services, offers, seeds, variety of seeds, so that you can sow them, you can get the harvest. So that focus is gradually coming up. For pulses, I don't know whether you are aware of one of the largest importer of pulses. At the same point in time, one of the biggest producers of pulses. Because the consumption is so high. Dal chawal, dal roti, the staple food here. But we are unable to meet our complete demand at home. So we have to import them. That focus, I really appreciate that NAFED is doing, so that we can create an environment where we can have our homegrown yield to be served at our plates. Then the Kisan credit card and all those schemes are there. MSME segment is fine. Export, I think we have been talking categorically. Now we're talking about the investment part, the education again, the Atal Tinkering Labs. Then we have the broadband, the Bhashini program, I think we have all seen. The loans that are there. These are some of the statistical figures, but more importantly, the first speaker was talking about DeepSeek. I hope now we all know what is DeepSeek and what kind of havoc it has got into the stock market. ChatGPT is something, the predecessor was there. I hope none of you use ChatGPT, or do you? Okay, no, got it. I got my response. Now the question is, why are we so late in responding? Why can't we have our own AI tools for doing such activities? Trust me, if I ask you that name only 5 technologies that you use and they are from India. They are from our country. Perhaps you may not have an answer for it. This is something which pains a lot to me. Now, if we could look at the innovation part, research, innovation everywhere, even the private sector funding has been increased significantly. This is something which we are also facing a little bit of trouble. Now, this is the part where I'm mostly interested in. The budgetary provisions made to education sector is, I think, 4%, slightly above %. Do you think it is sufficient? Now, why I'm saying so, for central universities, for us, the funding is a little difficult to get. I mean, you'll be surprised to see a central university did not get funding, that's true. Budgetary constraints are there because I am in the fund management committee of the university, I know how do we face. We have been asked to generate the IRG or internal revenue. Now the kind of fees we charge for an commerce, 7,000, 8,000 per year, if we elevate it to 50,000, you know what kind of situation we can have in the university setup. So where do we get the money from? Through the projects, through the funds. Research funding primarily has been parked with the IITs and ISCs. What the other universities will do. There are signs of good as well as little bit of tough times people are going to face. Institutions. Now, if we look at the developed economies, we talk about Europe, we talk about China. In some cases, 8 to 9%, in some cases 10 to 11% is spent on education. Where the money should go? The money should go in harnessing the skills. In last 2-3 years, you will be seeing the skill universities have come up. The special skills for teachers. In schooling system, we have a B.Ed program to equip the teachers how to teach. In university system, there are none. Recently, I think a couple of years back, that institute has come up, Indian Institute of Teachers Training Institute in Gandhinagar. So minuscule efforts are being done. Budgetary provisions, in my opinion, obviously a certain percent I cast my opinion here, should be made available so that we can see inclusive growth. Inclusive growth means a student from remote area aspires to become an engineer. What kind of provisions we have made student credit card and all those things are there. But what kind of hand-holding techniques that we are making? Those who are coming from remote areas, not so be blessed to be born in urban areas, you must be seeing the situations there. The primary schooling system in India, do you agree it needs significant development? I do not know whether the university adopted villages or not, because that's a kind of program universities do. You go to visit villages and you find the schools and conditions they are operating. For them, this money is very important. For them, this kind of budgetary allocations must be made. Then we have the PM Poshan scheme, Poshan Ma activities and all, food, midday meal system. I do not know whether anyone coming from primary schools had the opportunity to study in a government primary school. Okay. Because here we talk about the people at the bottom of the pyramid. We all talk about C.K. Prahlad structure, mining gold at the bottom of pyramid. People who are living there. So if you look at them, we can find out and get an idea of the kind of situations people have. For them, this money is important. Computerization is important. Real sector. Now, this is the budget. Again, the calculations that we have little bit, if you look at the graph here, it talks about the school education vis-a-vis the higher education. See, the school education, higher education budget equally is more or less living in comparison. The government is trying to focus on the higher education sector. But budgetary provisions have increased, but percentage-wise, the ambit has come down. Look at the MSME part again. I'm not talking about it. It has been discussed at length. Now we talk about the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The health, tourism, everything has been done. Now I had the opportunity to serve in one of the northeastern states in Tripura. I was there for 7 years. And trust me, the business of the hospitals there were primarily dependent of the medical tourists coming from Bangladesh. And it is true for Kolkata also. And due to the recent turmoil that is going in Bangladesh as of now, many of the hospitals are suffering huge losses. So we have had this kind of a ecosystem. Now the schemes have been allotted, the records have been maintained. Now this is the total budget. Now you see the point. We are trying to create aims. We are trying to allocate funds there. But agenda, in my opinion, should be strengthen the PHC centers. Because the person living in the village, having a medical problem, for him or her, rushing to an AIMS would be the option number 2, 3 or 4. First would be to get medical treatment. So if I am looking from the top, we have to come down to the bottommost level. So I'm not comparing, there are many developed countries who have created this kind of setup. The rural or the last mile hospitals in the village areas have been strengthened to even conduct surgery. So I want you to think on those lines. I am not complaining that AIMS have been allotted seats, but what about the basic necessities, basic healthcare facilities? How many of you go to government hospitals for treatment? See? If I ask you why, now look at these figures, try and compare. So therefore, we always need to recast and relook at the situations, how things should be in front of us. The youth, because the focus PM just now had said, it is about youth and the Nari Shakti. What do you want your country to be in down the line? Your thoughts, your reflections. Now the schemes. Rega, because I remember writing a book on Manrega, and now it is a reference book adopted by the state of Tamil Nadu, and in social work program which is taught in 84 colleges. This is perhaps one of the best schemes. Any idea who has drafted this scheme? Anyone? Any jaw raise? Students, madam. I'm here for them. He was an economist of Belgian origin. This is such a program. When initially it was ridiculed, to that extent he was removed from his position, but his theory have not been, no one has been able to replace it as of now. The same kind of exercise. But do you think, again, let me ask you a question because I find you very erudite in your thought process. If a state boasts that they are, number 1 or number 2 in spending Manrega fund, so is it we should be feel proud of or ashamed of? Is my question clear? Okay. Why? Answer is correct, but explanation needs little improvement. Good, you have done a good job. That means why you should be ashamed of, because we have not been able to create enough employment for the state of people, and they are living out of that dole. And this exercise creates a tendency to produce compulsive laborer, which I wrote in my book and report also, which was presented in the parliament also. Because the states, some of the states which I'm saying, this, your own state, Gujarat, developed. See its responsibility in terms of Manrega funding. It will be ranking 7th, 8th, or 9th. Which is the topmost state? Again, Tripura, West Bengal, where there the employment opportunity is not that. So, whether this is an act of benevolence by the government to let or to continue with this kind of activities, public spending activities, so that people should have the minimum wages paid to them. So what will happen if they have money in hand? Because the tax bracket has been raised up a bit, Rega funds have been given, all those exercises are being made so that your hands are pumped with money. What you will do? So if there is low consumption, people go for conservative spending habits, saving more. So economy starts to crumble. Now the choice is yours to decide whether yourself for an uncertain future or you keep on spending more. That's again a question that I am going to leave it to you. Now for 2025, these are the major expenditure heads. Now you look at where does education comes from, and health also. And I'm not going to question that whether the merit of this decision, I think there were far more intelligent people drafted this proposal. But I have a question. My question is very simple, that who are we benchmarking with? Benchmarking, I think management students must have been taught. So for every policy that you frame, for every strategy that you make, you have a benchmark. So where do you want to gain? So for education, the benchmark is to increase GER. GER stands for gross enrollment ratio. By 2030, we are trying to achieve the GER of 50. What is the current GER? Near about 30. So should we not be spending more at the primary sector, though we are doing more than the higher education sector, but should we not be spending more? And we are talking about Atal Tinkering Labs, giving computers to the schools. But did we check, does it have electricity? So now those kind of things which need to be, I hope over a period of time things will develop, people will come to know of it. Now these things we have already spoken. Now I'm about to conclude my session, because since we talked about China, I'll leave one simple comparison before you. That why didn't we have our own DeepSeek or ChatGPT for you to help with your assignments? Look at this and try to understand. See the kind of educational spending China made. And trust, all that is from China are not that bad. We may condemn them, but seek the policies they have been making. Chinese budget is 3 times than us, or 4 times maybe. Ours is around 4 point something, they are 12 point some trillion dollars they do have. So their 8% is way above how much do we spend. Now obviously we can question that we not make that much money in the budgetary allocations, because we have to do a lot of social sector schemes to allow them Ladli Behna, then we have Lakshmi Bhandar and all those schemes that we have to do. But despite the fact, in order to not to allow such doles to be given, must we not pull up our socks and create a more structured process in the economy? In economics, there is a theory called resource curse theory. I do not know whether you have heard of it or not. And it was initiated by Roger Penrose, who we lost, I think, last year, 1959, which was popularized by Richard Otti. He said that countries with abundant natural resources often record poor development. So therefore, where do we stand? We have natural resources, climate, conditions. Still we lag in some areas. So therefore, to conclude, I rest my talk with a question. It is us who have to decide the kind of society, the economy, the structure that we need. But it's certainly not to be based on the doles and donations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee for his enlightening session. Your deep insights in the role of government spending in shaping the economy have given us a broader perspective on fiscal policies and their long-term effects. We are truly grateful for your time and invaluable knowledge that you have shared with us today. Thank you so much, sir.
The QR code is displayed here. Please ask your questions here for panel discussion. We regret to inform you that Mr. Yash Bhatt, senior producer and anchor at News Capital Gujarat, will not be able to join us today due to unexpected circumstance. Now I would like to invite on stage Priyam Topia, BBA Semester 6 student, who would deliver presentation on Economic Survey of Financial Year 24-25.
Imagine you are on a trip with your friends. It's a hot summer day. The music is on, the vibe is on, the road here. How would you feel? So that is how our Indian economy is. It's great. And there was a survey conducted which named Economic Survey, which is conducted every year and presented before the budget. So, good morning, friends. Good afternoon, my friends. Myself, Priyam Topia, and I am a funded trader and a BBA FM student. An economic survey is an annual report published by Government of India, which is an analysis of performance of country's economy previous year. Now let me tell you about. Let me give you highlights of GDP. Picture a marathon runner, steady, determined, strong. That's how our Indian economy is. And the economic survey gives us a clear vision of where we are, where we came from, and where we are going. So the norm of this year is 9.7%. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, has projected that India's GDP will grow by 10.2% annually in USD terms. That around $6.3 trillion we will have our economy to $6.3 trillion by 2030. Make a noise if you guys think that India will achieve this goal before 2030. Thank you. Now let's talk about foreign investment. So let me tell you about a startup. A startup that started in garage and now it is a global leader. Yes guys, it's none other than Microsoft. How Microsoft became Microsoft? It's not just because of tech, it's because of leverage, it's because of investments. Yes. અને આપણે બધા તો ગુજરાતી છીએ, બીજાના પૈસે ધંધો કરતા તો આપણા રગમાં છે. The gross FDI inflows are around 17.9% in this year. In the previous year, there was about $47.2 billion investment, and which is increased to substantially $55.6 billion in this year. That's a great news for us. In turn, more than $1 trillion are invested in since 2000 in India. Now let's talk about inflation. As we know, our grandparents used to say that when they were 10% in the upcoming year. Inflation और मेरी बंदी में सिर्फ एक ही डिफरेंस है कि इन्फ्लेशन का बजट बढ़ता रहता है और उसके एक्सपेंडिचर्स बढ़ते रहते हैं. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Employment and infrastructure. Self-employment is entrepreneurs. The budget is on key sectors, creating a solid foundation for a better and prosperous future. कुछ ज़्यादा ही serious नहीं हो गया? Let me tell you in another way. भारत की इकोनॉमी और मेरा स्लीप स्केड्यूल दोनों एक जैसा ही है, कभी स्टेबल कभी अनस्टेबल और कभी कभी तो ऐसा लगता है कि कब शटडाउन ना हो जाए. थैंक यू गाइस, दैट्स माय टाइम, आई एंजॉयड.
Thank you, Priyam, for an amazing survey report. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Om Satani, a TEDx speaker and also has been appointed as Youth Ambassador of the Election Commission of India. He would present on the topic Impact of Union Budget on Stock Market.
Impact of the union budget on, what is this building? Exactly, stock market. How many of you want to become rich? How many of you want to become rich? Okay, next question. How many of you want the two? Exactly. So the stock market is a place where everyone is a genius until the market opens. Right. So this budget has been a bonanza for all the traders and punters out there who do short-term trading. There's a difference between trading and investing. Right. Investing is not really affected by short-term, but trading, FNOs, intraday, you can leverage the things, the loopholes, the benefits, drawbacks, research. With help of all of this, you can leverage and make profits. Now let's analyze how this budget proved for different stocks and different sectors. Starting from tourism and hospitality. How many of you went to Coldplay? Okay, yeah, for quite a few people. We all saw how much 2 days Coldplay concert in Ahmedabad boosted the economy, right? From all the flight fares to hotel bookings to the extra money that you pay to the auto rickshaw driver, it all adds up to the economy. We are seeing Kumbh Mela, crores of people taking a dip in the holy Ganges, and the amount of money that it is adding to the economy. The government of India will leverage the tourism and hospitality sector, which is, as of now, untapped. Very few foreign tourists visit India if you compare with the amount of things that we have to offer, right? 50 new tourism sites developed, and as a result of this, on the budget day, the hospitality sector stocks skyrocketed. You can see Lemon Tree Hotel stock grew by 14%, Indian Tourism Development Corporation 14%. A rally was seen in the stocks related to tourism and hospitality sector thanks to the government's initiative to bolding this, unheard, untapped sector. Along with this, government is also focusing on the medical tourism. Now we all know what tourism is. There is something known as medical tourism, right? We have the infrastructure to give world-class health facilities at the cheapest cost possible. Government is focusing on a campaign known as Heal in India. We are inviting people from all over the world to come to India. You know, we have the best healthcare infrastructure at very competitive prices. So the government is also looking at, sightseeing tourism places. Leather and footwear. The opposition keeps nagging the government कि मोदी जी रोजगार नहीं है, मोदी जी बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही है. So government in this budget has taken steps to work upon this labor-intensive sector, that is leather and footwear industry. It has great potential and it will create jobs of 2.2 million skilled and unskilled laborers. So government is going to invest heavily in the footwear industry, encouraging Make in India, encouraging exports, and encouraging to set up industries. And as a result, you can see the stocks of Liberty Shoes and Mirza International, which is a leather garment manufacturer company, skyrocketed to almost 29% of Mirza International. There are many other stocks like Bata, like Relox Industries, which also showed a rally due to the government's thrust on leather and footwear industry. The hot favorite, defense. Defense, the way defense sector was being propagated. You'll see a new mutual fund NFO revolving around defense, a theme every few months, and money was being poured into this sector, saying that we are very bullish on defense sector, and that defense is the next big thing. It resembled somehow the dot-com. Every company which had a dot-com, money was flowing in its stock. Today, any mutual fund NFO which revolved around defense theme was seeing money being poured by investors. But this budget, now the irony is, this getting the highest allocation. When you compare with all the other ministries, the Ministry of Defense got the highest allocation. 6.81 lakh crore was the money given to defense. Still, defense stocks fell post-budget. Stocks like private companies involved in defense and Paras Technologies saw a fall of 6 to 7%. Now, the reason behind this is the expectations that the people, despite government increasing, was not sufficient to meet the expectations of the people. The thing is, out of 6.81 lakh, 1.8 lakh crore, rest money was, salaries, pensions, expenses. Overall allocation had improved. The deep dive into money allocated of the defense, it was not really promising what people were expecting. If you add the budget of Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, you add all these three budgets, still it will not match the amount allocated to Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense got more money than all three of them. Still, the defense stocks fell very badly. Private defense sector stocks, government PSUs, along with railway stocks also saw a steep decline post budget, because Modi government's USP is investing in long-term structural development of the country. It does not believe in short-term freebies and subsidies to win election. This is what the government is saying. But because of this, the expectation for railways, defense, infrastructure was very high. Despite higher allocation, somewhere government was not able to match the expectations, and hence the uh, result was seen in the stock market. Gig work. So, can anyone tell me what a gig worker is? Does anyone know what a gig worker is? Gig workers are the people who come to your home to deliver your H&M, Zara, Amazon, Flipkart parcel. Gig workers are the people who come to your home to deliver your Zomato and Swiggy food deliveries, right? They are the gig workers. Now, government is a very strategic and important move that the government did was, giving social security benefits, registration of gig workers on eShram portal, and lots of reforms and policies were made for the gig workers. As a result of which, you can see the Zomato and Swiggy stock which was falling for a month. Since the charts on the left show the 1 month data of Zomato and Swiggy stocks, Zomato was falling 9%, it had fallen 16%, but after the budget, they both saw steep recovery. You can see Zomato in past 5 days has increased 13.32% and Swiggy 6.43%, right? So the policy reforms that government did on the gig worker front can be seen, the result can be seen in movements of the companies which employ a very large number of gig workers. Udan. Now government of India has this scheme, Udan scheme. Udega Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. This is the full form of Udan. Ud raha hai, nahi ud raha hai, that is a secondary thing. Government has a very, more generous target that we want to reach every tier 2 city, tier 3 city by flight. There should be one flight connecting every tier 2 city. This is what the Minister of Civil Aviation, Jyotiraditya Scindia, said in one of the statements to media. And in this budget, 120 new destinations were added to the scheme over a period of 10 years. Slowly, they'll be inculcated. New announced for Bihar, greenfield airports, brownfield airports, Patna airports expansion. For obvious reasons, there are state assembly elections in Bihar this November, so we could see a larger portion of airports going, airport and infrastructure development schemes being announced for Bihar. As a result of this, the aviation stocks, airplane stocks like SpiceJet, Indigo, they post-jet saw a recovery. GMR Airport, Adani airports, the companies which are involved in managing airports, right? Even those stocks saw an increase. FMCG, the most promising theme that this budget promised was that of boosting consumption. By increasing disposable income of people, the government wants that people spend more on discretionary items. The sluggish demand that we saw witnessed in stock market, post September 2024, when markets were at 85,000 Sensex, markets were continuously declining. There were 2 or 3 minor and major corrections, quarter earnings, global uncertainties, weak consumption demand. So, because of increasing the disposable income in form of tax relief, the government is increasing the rural consumption. As a result of which, the FMCG stocks, Avenue Supermarts, D-Mart, Varun Beverages, so rallying. Shares of BPCL, HPCL, the LPG companies saw a decline because government decreased the subsidy amounts to LPG. So you could see these stocks, this sector performed badly. And last, nuclear energy. Government has a very ambitious target of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2047. It wants to invest heavily in nuclear energy. Nirmala Sitharaman says 100 gigawatt is our target for nuclear energy, and as a result of which stocks involved in renewable energy saw a rally. Bharat, BHEL, and this company based out of Pune, you could see. So yeah. In short, to conclude, I just like to say short-term movements, do not really impact the Indian stock market. Indian stock market has a very healthy future, and budget can only be seen as one of the small, minute event. It does not really have any major impact if you are an investor. If you are a trader, these short-term movements, happen. A lot of the stocks that were rallying are now facing decline. A lot of the stocks that were declining have been seeing a rally. So in short, this is how the budget impacted the stock market at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you Om, for this presentation. Let's take a moment to acknowledge the journey that brought them here for presentation. As a precursor to Vishleshan, we organized Avlokan, a rigorous group discussion on budget-related topics by students like you and me. Not just competition, it was a platform where some of the brightest minds of FMS debated, analyzed, and presented their insights. The three students you saw giving presentations were, while the winner of Avlokan have an even more important role to play. The winner is going to be the part of panel discussion of this union budget. We would like to show you a small glimpse of Avlokan here. This is a testament of how finance and analysis go hand in hand with leadership and communication. Give a huge round of applause to all of them.
Now comes the most awaited part of this event, the panel discussion. I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee, Professor at Jamia Millia Islamia, CA Abhishek Doshi Sir, Partner at KSD and Associates, Professor Hiran Sir, our expert in taxation, Meg Khatwani, a winner of Avlokan competition, and Professor Ronak Raithatha Sir, Faculty Advisor of the Finance Club, who will be moderating the discussion. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause as we begin this engaging and insightful discussion.
Well, dear students, very good afternoon to all of you. I know that many of the students are hungry over here, but this is the most interactive part of our Vishleshan, wherein we are going to discuss about allocations to different sectors, different schemes, taxation updates, and some of the important questions which you guys have raised about the budget. They are addressed to different students, different faculty members and dignitaries over here. होगा कि बीच में there was a QR code displayed through which we have invited your questions and we'll be addressing that. So before I start, a few points about the budget in the pro as well as in con side that got the attention of the experts all over. The capex is again capped. This continuous journey we are able to see in the capital expenditure part. Insurance, we see that there is 100% FDI allowed to the companies. Up to 12 lakhs of rupee, my CA friends will be able to explain that in a better way. There is no tax to the individuals. Technically speaking, there is a rebate allowed for that. In fact, if you take into account the standard deduction, then it can be raised to 12,75,000. Okay, custom cuts were there on lot of parts we are importing for renewable energy, nuclear energy in particular. This time around, the nuclear energy has been there in focus. Fiscal deficit, we are targeting to reach to 4.5% of the GDP, which is consolidating our position in fiscal prudence. And there were cons, obviously the allocation to health and education were the major concerns raised by Dr. Devarshi as well quite extensively. GDP growth rate estimated to be at 6.5% in the next year, which is a substandard performance considering what China had got in its the prime time. We are lagging bit. AI, we see that there is an allocation, but still considering what budget the other emerging economies put for AI is quite significant and huge. And defense was also in particular a setback, 1.9% of allocation to defense, considering the kind of geopolitical tensions we are belonging to now. And unfortunately, we have got neighbors like Pakistan, China. This defense allocation could have been taken up anyway. We will be opening this panel discussion now ahead, starting with Dr. Devarshi over here. Thank you so much. We have the panel members, everyone about that. Mr. Devarshi, CA Abhishek Doshi, CA Hiran Parekh sir, Mr. Meg, who was the winner of the Avlokan, and he is one of you only, if you are able to participate and win the competitions there. Moving ahead, Mr.
Yeah, hello.
Sir, in terms of the education sector, what do you expect? Where the allocations could have been higher? What points could have been addressed? And what were the misses and hits? Please, sir.
Yeah, it's a very good question. As a teacher, what I believe is that the fundamentals, we should make it correct. We should start on the basics. The maximum effort should be given to help the pre-primary and primary segment through the methodology forward. Investment should be made so that we can make a learning experience better. focus must be on the skill development. You remember when in my deliberation, I was highlighting the fact of disguised unemployment. Let me reiterate, what does it mean? If I need 2 people or 4 people to one man's job, that is disguised unemployment. And that basically happens when you lack skill to do it. We talk about multitasking, but trust me, many of us would not agree with that fact. What is your ability to control a situation? That is very, very cultural aspect what needs developed. Are we comfortable enough to put an effort of 10 to 12 hours? I'm not talking about 70 or 90 weeks per hour work schedule. I'm not talking about that. We all have listened to that video, seen that video. But have we ever cared to listen to the video which Mr. Anand Mahindra has said? He said it is not about the time, it is about the quality. Time has come, or rather it has come long back, have been knocking our doors since long. What is the quality of output that we are generating? How many of our patents have been commercially made available to the industry to produce the prototype and make out of them? How many of our researches have been widely accepted? I'm not talking about publication of papers. I'm not talking about getting yourself listed in as a top 2% scientist by Stanford. I'm only insisting on the fact that whatever we do in a day, how does it contribute to make lives easier for the people of our country? That is the quality of, and we must insist. We only have 10 universities to generate skills, although we should have all universities working on the skill. So how many, why, first of all, why do we need a skill university to be precise? In China, if anyone, I'm not a supporter of China, trust me. In Chinese education systems of Finland, Australia, China, very closely, if you want to be an engineer researcher, you go for BTech. If you want to work in the industry, you go for diploma. The job description is clearly chalked out. So I do not need to work in a bank selling CASA accounts. So our priorities are kind of misplaced, as I believe, which we need to set it right. That's my take on it.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful remarks. There is a question addressed by Mr. Mayank there from MBA, asking to see Abhishek, sir, that, sir, if someone is earning short-term capital gains, I think Mayan is talking about trading in shares here. So if someone is attracting short-term capital gains by trading in shares, then whether the old regime or new regime will be better for tax planning purpose.
So, in my session, what we discuss about the special rate income, right? That special rate does not get compensation by way of rebate. So you need to pay additional debt tax under the new regime. Now there is a litigation about the short-term capital gain. At that time we have discussed about the long-term capital gain. There is a specific provision. Against the long-term capital gain, you will not set up the rebate. So you need to pay that long-term capital gain. There was no such provision for the short-term capital. Capital gain was earlier 15%. Now from last budget, from July 24, they have made it 20%. Right? So for 20%, last year there was a confusion. Initially government has allowed in their utility to adjust the rebate against the short-term capital gain tax liability. Then mid of the period they have denied, they have changed the utility that we will not allow adjustment of rebate against the short-term capital gain. Then cases went on the High Court, and High Court has said there is no provision. For long-term you can deny the rebate, but as per the provision you cannot deny the short-term capital gain rebate against the short-term capital gain. So this is the legal position. But if we go by the intention, government intention is that they will not allow rebate against the STG. They will make certain more changes in the finance bill. So from next year, I believe intention is clear that they don't want to give benefit of the rebate against the short-term capital gain. Now, having said that, even if there is a liability of the short-term capital gain which I need to pay under the new regime, still it is not always beneficial to go for the old regime, because it goes with what is the other income, right? I am having the short-term capital gain. What are the other incomes? What is the quantum of the other income? What is my total income? Considering all these aspects, I need to see whether I can go for the old regime or new regime. Because if you see, initial taxation rate is 5%, 10%. But even if, say for example, you don't have any other income and only short-term capital income of 5 lakh, if it is below 4 lakhs, then there is exempt under the new regime because it is based also. There is no. If I say I don't have any other income, only short-term capital gain income of 5 lakh rupees, then remaining 1 lakh I need to pay 20% tax, that is 20,000. Right? And even in the old regime, same case is you need to pay 20%, you will not go by the 5% tax. So overall, considering all your other income and quantum of total income, you need to decide whether old regime will be applicable or new regime is more beneficial. It is one facts to facts of the case, and you cannot have the straightforward case that for the short term this regime is beneficial.
Right, so it will be decided on case to case basis. Thank you so much, sir. It was very particular remark from you. Taking in CA Hiren Parekh over here in this discussion, sir, there is a lot of buzz about the new tax code, new income tax. So what's about that? What's gonna reduce? There is a lot of focus on reducing the compliance burden and making it less heavier than what we had earlier. So asking your remarks on that, sir.
Okay, government since years have been trying to put the what we can say compliance list on a lower side. If we look at this increased, key changes is that now you can have 2 self-occupied house properties. Now earlier also, if any was having, by default there was a concept of deemed let out property. So if that fellow wants to claim it to be self-occupied, certain evidences like he is working outside the town, he is having some business or profession outside the town, that kind of compliance list, that kind of documentations were required. So now with 2 self-occupied house property can be claimed as nil, no such a compliance burden is there. Now if we talk about TDS on rent, it's effectively 50,000 per month, the limit has been set. So now government doesn't want a small individual, small taxpayer, or we can say SMEs, part of a TDS umbrella, compliance umbrella. They want us to make us free. At the same time, basic exemption limit has been, basic exemption limit is as it is, but due to rate under Section 87, effectively till the income of 12 lakh, and for salaried class 12 lakh 70,000, you don't have to pay tax. So yes, with new taxation law, government wants to go in such a way that less on compliance, more on effectiveness. That's the mantra. They don't want to go more on implementation or compliance side. So we expect slighter or somewhat, we have to look at the draft, the bill which is going to be presented, its exact reading, that to what extent government actually becomes successful on it, because the easy language or easy law also means more litigation. So the time will tell the real story. But yes, objective is quite clear, less on compliance, more on simplicity, and lighter side on less side of litigation.
That was a comprehensive answer. Now, taking Mr. May in, are we all hearing out there, friends? Acha, before anyone is thinking about the bus departure, let me tell you that the departure will be at 1:50, so don't be worried about. We have extended the time. Mr. May, being a student, how does this budget impact you?
Okay, so being a student, I think that this budget was more or less focusing towards the students as well as the students of IITs. So we saw that budget was more over comprehensively, we can say that it was focused on Bihar and IIT, which is in Patna. So the government decided to increase or build up or expanding the infrastructure of IIT, as well as increasing medical colleges, seats in medical colleges and universities up to 10,000 for this current year and up to 75,000 for upcoming 5 years. So I think that this budget was focused towards students. However, we see that there was allocation of 500 crores in the sector of AI, which is known as Center of Education for AI, which was less. I thought that AI would be more focusing in this budget. However, we see that China is getting more expanded in the competition of AI. We see DeepSeek. We all know about Chat introduced in the US, and we all have been using our assignments purposes and deciding how to, do our assignments, or for any other activity or purpose we use AIs. So what I think is the use of AI and education related to AI and machine learning should be provided to the students of this country, India. So more over the less, I think that the government should focus and emphasize on the AI development and education in India. And all that, I thank you.
Very nice, Mr. Meghh. Now, sir, taking your opinion on that, mixing up these two gentlemen we have sitting over here, one is tax aspect. Obviously, some exemptions are given out there, but then there is an economic aspect of it as well. It's projected that the consumption and investment cycle will benefit out of it. So, reduction of the taxation and lowering our base of collection may boost temporary liquidity into people's hands. But whether in the long term, it's a boon or ban. I mean, revenue loss that we are losing, no 1 lakhs crores of rupee will be permanent in nature. So, sir, what's your opinion on that? That will really create a long-term impact, or it's just a short-term liquidity boost?
What will rest in the span of time, but the intention, as I had mentioned, the benevolent part was there, because if you do not, the consumption will not happen. If the consumption do not happen, the small-time buyers, sellers will suffer a loss. So it's a vicious cycle. Now, before I come to this point, I'll tell you that last year we had G20 presidency. So I had one of very senior representative from India. He was talking about one aspect called aparigraha. Parigraha means consumption. Aparigraha means reduction of consumption. To explain his point, he spoke that on every household, on an average of 4 people, the average monthly consumption of cooking oil is closely 6 to 8 kgs, depending on the dietary regime. But if you change your habit, aparigraha, you can bring it down to 2 kgs. Now, while he was talking about, he was stopped in between and he was insisted not to air his views. If we all aim to follow aparigraha, that means reduce the consumption everywhere. Like the Swiggy, Zomato people are well funded by the cause that hostel food is not liked, so you resort to outside food. Or maybe, you want Uber travel, but you do not like the local auto rickshaw wala. So every single such aspect brings down to the aspect of consumption. Failing to do that, if you reduce the consumption, what will happen, the people or the population kind of thing we have, the dividend that we are talking about is going to crumble down. So therefore, to continue this cycle so that people get money, they infuse that money back into the economy, so we need to produce the consumption. But to another point which I it would allow people that, they should explore new ways. So more finer forms of businesses will open, newer avenues will come up, and people may find employment opportunities down the line. Therefore, again, the money would be infused back to the economy. So it's a good sign.
Sir, if you would like to share the opinion on that, is it a long-term in nature or short-term liquidity boost? Will not have the effect for a longer period of time, not sustainable?
Definitely, as sir has explained in much detail and very well, that ultimate object is to boost the consumption. Whether it will happen or not, that will time will tell to us. And what I also feel that one of the reason is government is having certain in terms of, because there is a mindset, there is a perception that government is giving freebies to the lower class, there is nothing for the middle class. So right, that perception has also worked somewhere for taking this step, because as we have discussed, nobody has expected 70% rise in the basic exemption limit, right? That is 70% rise compared to the previous limit. And in history of the income taxes, this has never happened that the limit has been increased 70%. So definitely there is a object of boost for the consumption, but I also feel that there is a certain perception that government wants to do certain thing for the middle class, and that has also driven this step.
Okay, there is a question to Mr. Devarshi from Mr. Jonathan, who is in BCom. Is he here? Mr. Jonathan is present here? Right. He has asked the question that, sir, if at all the spending towards education is to be increased, then whether the private university should get the or the central universities?
See, I'll tell you, Jonathan, for a good question, but mostly government do not fund the private universities directly. But as of now, it is again repeating that fact. Time has come that it is not about private or government. It is about the quality of work. You would be knowing that IOEs are being created, Institute of Excellence. So out of that, I think the initial 5 or 6 those were created, 3 of them are from the private university sector. They are supposed to do cutting edge research and bring novelty to the society. So in my opinion, whosoever is being able to produce quality output which could be translated into commercial product should be allotted that fund, irrespective of their affiliation with any one government or private or state government. Did I answer your question?
Done. So there was a confirmation from him too. Nice to see that we are approaching slowly towards the conclusion event. We have the felicitation of the guest speakers as well, for which we have been waiting for since morning. But ending on the panel discussion part, we will be just taking up one mandatory question and answer from each one of you. One mandatory question. One good thing about the budget, and one, I would not say bad, but there is always a scope of improvement in it. So one good thing about the budget and one area which was problematic, starting from Mr. Devarshi from here.
Okay. No, as I said, the good thing primarily is because every budget, when it shows up, we as an individual try to see what's in it for me. So from I'll say that the income tax relief that has been given, that's a good thing. People have got, a lot of people, and especially the people who are retired, because you know a person works throughout their life and in the earning also are being taxed, which I feel I really do not appreciate that. So therefore the exemptions have been given, because by that time the person has done his duty for the nation, whatever he had to do. Now it is his time to enjoy the hard work he has put in during his heydays. So that relief given to them, the individual taxation relief is given, that's a good thing that has been government, this budget has done. And the scope of improvement, I will reiterate once again, the education sector must be given the top priority, because in economics we believe that education is public good. If you teach well, so you don't have to borrow.
Right.
So that the philosophy which I believe, and I think the government should focus on that.
Thank you so much. There are so many students who are research project work right now, right? So many a time you are facing the issues related to accessing the research publication work, and faculty members are also there. There were a lot of fuss about one nation, one subscription few months back. Sir, is there any update on that if you would like to enlighten us?
Yeah, that is very much in process. So government has allocated, I think, 20,000 CR on that. So all our libraries, I think your university librarian must have been contacted. First you will come to the CFTIs, then the central universities, then state to the private. It will follow like this scheme. And they will, subscribe the major databases, and you can always access it. Now the nitty-gritties have been worked. Principle, it has been agreed upon. So maybe I think in a few months you can see the thing rolled out. We are also waiting. Why I am saying is we are anticipating it because the subscription has been discontinued.
Okay.
So the individual subscriptions, university level, they are not anymore. They are all waiting for the subscription to be coming out. And don't be all happy because it has got a catch behind it. It will always be trying to look at what is your access ratio.
Okay.
Vis-a-vis your fraction ratio. Maybe you are accessing it for 8 months, 2,000 journals and produce none. So you have to answer to the authorities for that.
Okay, so production. So publication is the key. Coming to CA Abhishek sir, one good thing, one scope of improvement, please.
So basically, as rightly said, one good thing, definitely first is income tax, because each one of the taxpayer has get benefit, right? So once public at large get benefited, it definitely is a good thing. And apart from this, one point I want to highlight is that we all know that government is talking about ease of doing business since years, right? They have said we are taking these measures for ease of doing business. But as a reality, still we are lagging much behind in this, and in this budget, they have also in a way admitted that in ease of doing business, we are still lagging behind, and they have proposed various further steps, but in a way it is admission, and they are trying to improve on that aspect. So that is also a good aspect of it. And about something actually not negative or limitations, if we see that from the COVID, the government has started that they want to boost on the capital expenditure, and they have raised capital expenditures in substantial times, right? But now, if we consider after these 3-4 years, there is some limitation, right? Because if we see there is not much expected increase in the allocation to the capital expenditure. There is a slight increase, but that is not much as expected. And if you go see the rate of the GDP, growth in the GDP, now it is comparatively stagnant. And the limit, because now the government has limited resources, and that's why some of the allocations, as rightly said by the sir, has been suffering. So it comes to a point where the government has some limit on the allocation. Thank you.
Right, sir. So we can see that in the data as well that the percentage of allocation towards capital expenditure is continuously increasing. Over to you, CA Hiran Parekh. One good thing, one bad thing about the budget. One statement, quickly, please.
Okay. Good thing is government has continued an advocate of good capex. The capex has not increased sharply, but it has remained up to the mark. So capex is very good since last few years. But as it is said, capex without consumption is body without soul. So now government is going hard on consumption. We may see lowering interest rates. Very soon RBI is going to cut out on interest rates to self-occupied property without nil. So government wants to push real estate also, reducing home loans and all that. That's fine. And on a negative side, I think education budget has remained stagnant. That's not something when we call about Viksit Bharat 2047. No developed economy has what we can say achieved a developed status by remaining poor on education budget. So that's a weakness.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Meg, quickly. One good, one bad thing.
Okay, so the good thing which I think is, which we all are impressed about the budget, especially the middle class, which is exemption up to 12 lakh and 75,000, including the 75,000 standard deduction. So this will boost up the economy, the expenditure, and if someone is not spending, and rather he or she is investing, or saving up the money. This will also boost up the economy. How? Because the banks where the money is being saved, the banks will use that money to provide loans to other individuals and corporates, which will also boost up the economy. So this is the good thing which I observed about the budget for FY 25-26. And about the scope of improvement, I would say that me being a student and all of you student, we all want to pursue higher education. So for that, I was thinking that the government should reduce the higher education loans, but that was not into the part of budget. So this could be included in the future to reduce the loans for higher education.
Great. So everyone who said the good thing about the budget, no? It's not so good that every time we are getting the same good thing, which is relaxation in tax. Anyway, so here that's it from our end. Thank you so much, students, for patiently listening to us. Now I would like to hand over the further proceedings to our all anchors, Ms. Wilsa and Ms. Yash. Over to you.
The panel discussion was truly amazing, filled with valuable insights and thought-provoking perspectives. Now we move on to the special moment, the felicitation of Avlokan winners. This achievement reflects not just knowledge and analytical skills, but also dedication and excellence. I request CA Abhishek Doshi to second runner-up Priyam Topia with a token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, please. Yes, sir. Now I request Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee, sir, to honor first runner-up Yashvi Savjiani. I request both Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee and CA Abhishek Doshi to honor our first winner, Meg Khatwan, a token of appreciation. Let's give a huge round of applause for this well-deserved recognition.
As we near the conclusion of this wonderful event, it is time to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries as a token of our appreciation for their valuable time and insights. Their presence and expertise have truly enriched today's discussion.
I would like to call Dr. Manas Roy, sir, to felicitate Dr. Debarshi Mukherjee, sir. Huge round of applause, please. Now I would like to call Dr. Bhumika Achnani ma'am to felicitate CA Abhishek Doshi, sir.
ના ના એ બતા ચાલુ નથી કર્યું. ચાલુ કરો. Take the seat of the guys, everyone. Yes, speaker ને નીચે બોલાય. Take the seat of guys.
I, I request all the guest speakers and dignitaries to take their seats off the stage.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful sessions. We'll be just able to leave in 5 minutes. Everyone, please be seated out there. Just a vote of thanks from our Associate Dean, Dr. Meeta Joshi, who has given us tremendous support. Without her efforts, this wouldn't have been possible. Requesting all of you to settle down for 2 minutes. Nothing to be worried about. The buses will depart conveniently. Please remain seated for 2 minutes. Over to you, Meeta ma'am, please.
Same like you, I am also very hungry. So I will not take much of your time because I know how much you are desperate to catch your buses. On behalf of Faculty of Management Studies, I first of all thank all the dignitaries, those who have come over here and given us very critical analysis of the union budget. We are really thankful to Dr. Devarshi, CA Abhishek sir, and Mr. Kapil, and even Yash sir who didn't make it over here. Thank you so much all the HODs, all the program coordinators. But I must say thank you to all the student coordinators, those who are on the stage and off the stage. Make a big round of applause for all the student coordinators. All the student coordinators, this is because of you who we are here and who made this event so successful. I'm thankful to top authorities, those who have provided tremendous support for making this event successful. Thank you so much, everyone. Now you can leave. Thank you.
Friends, if you can just scan this QR code and fill this up, it would be better because we will be able to dispatch a certificate of participation to you. Please take this QR code from some of your friends if you are getting late right now. One of you may take a click of it and others may get the share. We will definitely cross-verify the details from the HODs who were present. But please file this up because we want that for our records. Certificate of participation will be given to you in an electronic form if you are filing up this. Please take a click of it, and then while you are transporting from one place to another, you can file that.